YouTube now. Al Gore is taking a while to load on my machine. I think that's just my machine's issues. And yeah, let's launch up to Twitter. And hey, what's up, Nelixis? How you doing? Okay, so I'm up on all the platforms. We should be good. Might need to grab a hoodie here in a bit, but I think I'm all right for now. I can be a little cold. I'm doing all right. We're working on the thing in my title. Right, and then lithium is the name of it. And the thing we're doing specifically today is that. Okay, so we got Terso kind of set up. Yeah, thank you. I think I signed up with it. Yeah, we did. We got the one database. It's up on fly.io. Ah. It's now within that group. I think we need to create a database. I'm going to say, yeah, lithium prod. Just want to see what the like I should be able to show the connection string, right? We'll do read only for now. Okay. So that's how it works. Yeah, I'll want to look at their docs. Yeah, we're trying to use Terso. I think we found some bugs with it. This isn't a proper link. I'm already kind of regretting using it. Is that a clerk thing? Ugh, fucking clerk. I don't understand how they can have so much money and so much like, hey, we make it so easy, and then blow something as simple as that. Like, how is that not a link? How are none of these links? But it shouldn't, right? Like, it's something I'd expect that Mark Louvion guy to do. Not a company with many millions of dollars of funding. How much did Clerk raise? Here we go. Crunchbase. I'm just going to look at the docs for Terso, but I am curious about this now. I think I have to log in to get this junk. They've raised $84 million and they can't make a proper link. $84 million for a broken drop-down menu that should be all links. Like, dude. I mean, I'll do it for 40. I'll do it for 40. They've done 7 funding rounds, and not a single investor has the technical chops to recognize how poor their product is. Not a single investor. They did 3 seed rounds. What? That's not how that works. What? They did 2 Series Bs. That's not how that works. Like, what the fuck? This just seems like fraud. How does an investor not see this and be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, if they're going to lie about this, what else are they going to lie about? The amount of rounds they've had for their investments. So Fizzo, basically, your pre-seed is something you do. You know, it's like your angel investors. It's like, you know, small business style, whatever. Your seed round is then your, you know, maybe pre-product market fit investment. Anything after that becomes a series, A, B, C, D, whatever. They would be on a series F at the moment, right? A, B, C, D, E. So yeah, their next round should be series F. This seems like fraud to me. Now, I mean, technically, you can call it whatever you want, but any investor worth their salt should recognize that this is fraudulent. Yeah, no worries, Shreyas. Have a good night. See you soon. Maybe it's a Crunchbase thing. You're right. Maybe it's just Crunchbase being weird. And maybe it is part of the same like round because like maybe some money just took longer to land or something. I mean, this seems really wrong. This seems really wrong. Right? They got a seed round, then an entire year later. Well, okay, hold on. So that was the innovation fund. All right, so the Jamstack thing maybe doesn't count. I wouldn't consider that part of a seed round. I could see that. This one right here is not a seed round. Clerk is auth as a service. It's not just authentication, it's also authorization. They're a part of the people who have marketed really hard at saying auth is something that you're not capable of doing, so you should totally pay some software as a service to do it. Auth, it's too complicated. Don't do it yourself. Pay us for it. Theoretically, there, Fizzo, yeah. Their target customers are indie hackers, basically, or startups that really lack a strong engineering background. There are things about auth that can be tricky, right? To say that it's something a beginner should be doing is wrong. Yeah, it's the paid starter kits too, for sure. Yeah, the Mark Luvion BS, for sure. It's people making money off of people that don't know any better. Right? I understand a use case for software as a service to do the thing that, why waste your time doing that when you can just build your product? So that's a major reason for software as a service. And yeah, auth as a service does make some sense at that point. I totally get it. Right? SAML fucking sucks. Like, SAML is not fun to deal with. OIDC isn't as straightforward and easy as you want it to be. I do think there is value to some of these software as a services existing. I think Unkey, yeah, I think it makes sense. I think R limit makes sense, like rate limiting. I think a lot of these make a lot of sense because you don't have to spend your time building those things. Which is why I'm building a quota / like balance as a service tool. I do think there is value to using that. I'm mainly building it for people that not just want to like move quickly, but also people that might not be web devs. So I'm thinking like game developers. Yeah, could I help them build out their entire like you know, in-game currency system? Sure. Why not? But yeah, I don't know. It is one of those things that I have a hard time rationalizing because yes, I'm trying to make a software as a service tool as well. Do I think other people couldn't build it? No. I just think people would be better off spending their time on other stuff. And that's really, I think, the value of software as a service. But so many of like the big ones are incentivized to tell you that you're not capable of doing the thing that they're doing for you, which I want to make sure I never actually do for my company, for Walter. Now, I will point out that there are headaches and quirks to doing things that are usage based, right? How you do your usage based billing can be tricky. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but have you thought about everything? Maybe not. And I understand that, Gardek. Yes, I plan on doing some of that for sure. Like I'm building my own software as a services that I can use for my other software as a services. I'm gonna need quota management in other stuff I build. I'm gonna need feature flagging in other stuff I build. So I'm building a lot of stuff for myself. And the key is you can actually have those SaaSes live as their own thing that you then consume and dog food into your other SaaSes. And then you're actually like proving it out product market fit style for yourself too. So yeah, that's actually my goal. There are definitely things that I'm not going to do on my own though, right? Like I don't want to I don't want to deal with scaling a database for a lot of the stuff I build. So yeah, I will often reach for some third-party database provider. Dynamo, as an example. Sure. Yeah, sorry, Shreyas. Yeah, we'll see you soon. But Yumix and Mystic Passion, thank you for the follows. So yeah, I don't know. I personally don't want a company like Clerk doing auth, or sorry, doing permissions and like managing my user data. I only want an auth service I might consider consuming to do the auth, like the authentication part, not the authorization part. I think there's something majorly wrong with outsourcing authorization. That said, I do think there's still value by at least doing that with one company, right? Like one company for the authentication, one company for the authorization. Because, yeah, building something like Zanzibar and making that scale, Zanzibar from Google, right? You know, for me to build out a system to scale Zanzibar, yeah, no, I got better things to do, but I do like the idea. Which is why I would definitely consider, what is it, Auth Z? Yeah. Auth Z, I think, is a cool company, right? They're talking about the Zanzibar white paper. They are using SpiceDB and, you know, they're doing the authorization part, right? Like fine-grained permission systems, etc. Like, have you shared this to someone specifically? Managing all that in like a Google Docs style way? Yeah, no, that sounds really complicated and full of foot guns, and trying to scale that sounds tough. So yeah, I see a value to at least doing software as a service for something like this when you know you're going to need that level of permissions. I personally think you don't need to start with that level of permissions, though. right? Like, and that might be one of their biggest problems. You don't need Zanzibar until you actually need it, and then at that point, well, maybe you have the capital to just pay to build it. Okay, so hold on, Gardeck. If you were to go serverless, should you use serverless? And does that mean a Lambda function per request per file? That would take years in your case to redo your app for serverless. Please answer this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Cigar Deck. There has been a major push from a lot of people to get like one function per lambda as a thing. The modern opinion is that that's not actually the best idea, right? Depending on your technology, just shipping your entire backend app and then letting that scale is probably fine. No, so I do see there being value for it, Shreyas. When you say it adds complexity, there are tools that really take that complexity away. So arc.codes makes that actually really easy. Now, it does mean that you write your code for Architect. But yeah, that's what I'm doing with a bunch of my backends, and it's really just straightforward. It's quite simple, actually. Now, keep in mind, the one function per lambda thing isn't the main reason I picked it. The main reason I picked it is because it has really good integration and scaffolding for stuff like Dynamo, for stuff like queues and scheduled things, right? Like, these are really the big parts, right? The queues, the scheduled, right? Table stuff, WebSockets, using API gateway and all that. Some of those things are a real pain to have to like wire up yourself and then maintain. Instead, this is all just CloudFormation that gets created for you behind the scenes using a nice clean configuration language. Yeah, SST is definitely like lower level than Architect. Architect is a much higher level thing to where like you can concentrate on just building. With SST, you still have to care about how things happen. And I don't care. Right? I know that it's using API gateway under the hood to do the WebSocket connection stuff, but I didn't need to know that. It can just work. All right? I know what's underlying the scheduled stuff and the queue stuff, but I don't need to know that. Yeah. SST is basically an abstraction over Pulumi, isn't it? Which sounds cool, but again, like that is such a lower level than I care about. Gardeck, yes, but you would have to then split things out into their own functions. So I don't know if this is really what I would recommend for you. Oh, I mean, Gardeck, you sub when you can if you want. I'm not worried about it. You're not going to blackmail me with a sub, though. You probably just want to look into SST. I don't have a good tutorial for it, though. For me, Architect is what I use. What you may want to actually consider for serverless stuff, though, is this. It's like max day lambda perf. The language you write in is going to determine how easy it is, right? And like, not even like how easy, but how long your cold starts are going to be. So a cold start, if you've written in Rust, even if you're doing a monolithic Rust API, right? Where it's all like REST and, you know, like you have every endpoint within that Rust that you're compiling. Well, then, yeah, you know, 15 milliseconds for a cold start is probably going to be pretty reasonable for you. Now, once you start getting into things like .NET or Node, your cold start times start to increase. So the language you write in is going to determine your cold start times, and the size of your image does impact that a bit, but not nearly as much as the language and its startup times. So if I were to really want to do stuff from scratch, I would probably end up rebuilding my framework that I built around Architect, because Architect doesn't handle middleware or any of those, like the things that you expect from a backend framework. Architect just does the infrastructure. So I had to build my own validation layer, middleware, you know, DynamoDB abstraction, whole bunch of that stuff. But if I were to start again, I would rebuild that boilerplate in Rust, and I'd just be deploying Rust. Now, one thing to recognize when you do one function per Lambda is that when you edit only one of them, that's all you have to recompile and push up. Now, I don't think Architect is nearly smart enough for all of that in the Rust side of things, but that would be something where, like, yeah, Rust takes a while to compile, and as your API grows, you may hit a point where you have hundreds of endpoints, and that one Rust project might take a half hour to build. And that would suck. When instead, if you just updated one endpoint, you just ship that one endpoint, and that's what, in CI/CD, that's fast. That is definitely a problem, Gardek. That's why you put something like an AWS load balancer in front of it. That's why people pick a VPS, because the VPS just goes down versus giving you that bill. Those are the things you need to weigh and decide and see what you care about. Is a little downtime okay? Or is, infinite scalability more important? That's a decision you make. Then you're fine. Why do you care? So now, say someone spams you with the 14 million requests in 1 second and takes your server down. How long does it take you to spin it back up? How much money do you lose during that downtime? Again, Gardek, I don't have the answer for you because you have to be a big boy and make these decisions. That's what running a business is based on. Like, that's how you do it. If you don't want to make that decision, you're not ready to run a business. And that's fine, but honestly, you could have Googled all of this. Like, dude, it hints to me that you haven't done any research. Some random Twitch chat is not the first place to do your research. If that is your instinct, I'm going to fall back to the line that you might not be ready to run a business. And that's even another sign that you're probably not ready to run a business. Holy shit, dude. You're just digging deeper. What's up, Tim? How you doing? All right, so let's look at the Terso docs. Let's get going. Do I really need to install their CLI? I'm reading the docs, Shreyas. I'm not actually asking for help. I'm reading the docs and I'll figure it out. I am simply saying what's in my head as I see it. That's fine. I'm just letting you know. I am fully capable of setting up a database. I'm going to read their docs to make sure and understand how I do this stuff, what they recommend. I'm evaluating their product as well, not just trying to set it up. Okay? All right, so hold on. Let me read what Fizzo said. A few months ago, some guy, he fired most of his devs and he's making a game with ChatGPT and that he can solo most stuff. Yep. People went ballistic because he talked trash before and now he realized he can't do it with ChatGPT. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, so we would just end up using libsql. Okay, that's easy enough. And yeah, we could just do the local DB during dev. We don't need to dump our database because we're starting from fresh. All right, so libsql is the library we probably want to use for at least setting up the connection. I do feel like we should be able to plug libsql into something like Drizzle, right? So yeah, we'll double check that. And yeah, no worries, Shreyas. No worries. It's just like the third or fourth time today that you've said, what are you trying to do? I say what I'm trying to do as I'm saying it. What's up, I Play Games? How you doing? Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't realize Terso was actually built on top of libsql. Inno, thank you for the follow. Like Inno is in InnoDB, the MySQL storage engine. Except you got like the Call of Duty naming scheme around it. You're just missing like a no scope. All right, so I don't think I'm gonna need any of these extensions. There you go. That's fun. So we can do version 7 UUIDs, which might be good. not sure I'm worried about the time ordering because I can always just sort by timestamps, right? Like the created at, modified at. And I don't think we need the indexes to be like so performant that using fixed length strings is going to be an issue. Because fixed length strings are pretty fast. They're larger than a numeric ID, sure. But if you know the length of the field, the index isn't really that much extra overhead. You definitely want to avoid varchars in tables that you want to have like massively like speed indexed. But yeah, I think we'll be fine using fixed length nano ID values. I'm okay with that. All right, so yeah, libsql client, and then auth token is just something we pass in production. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't realize that, Larobi. Oh, so SQLite has some quirks to it that I was not aware of. Interesting. Do you have a link for that? I'd be curious about reading about it. For what we're building, right, for this project, I don't know if that's a big issue, but it would be maybe a good reason to opt for UUIDs at that point, though. Yeah. Oh. Thanks, I hate it. So yeah, like any validation checks for the length of a field, we'd want to do at the database level and at the application level. So yeah, adding these like check constraints. Okay. Well, okay. And honestly, let's find this. All right. Performance SQLite string as primary key. So, yeah, he points out that Fossil uses text and it seems to be fine. Yeah, for joins, that might be the issue. How important is normalization? For this application, I don't think the data is going to be that important. And realistically, we can always just refactor and migrate. I don't think it's going to be an issue. And hold on, Colton, you've got a question or a comment. Currently, you're making a migration to update tables, changing a massive varchar 1000 column that held user agent strings on each click, and replacing with a user agent's table on the main app DB. Yeah, so Colton, I get what you're saying. I think this migration doesn't sound like this is going to be, depending on how normalized we want to get, two, maybe three tables. Like, this is an incredibly simple application. Like, I'm not even worried about, like, invalidating JWTs. Like, it's an incredibly simple application. If we were going to worry about making this or using Terso and SQLite by proxy for something bigger, then I might just reconsider SQLite at that point. I think that's a major uphill battle Terso's going to have to fight at some point. 40,000 users, half a billion rows total. Yeah. Depending on how you do it and how often the data changes, you can definitely identify users and records that are stale and migrate those first by just doing like a whole separate non-live database. Like, how many of your 40,000 users are actually active? Yeah. Like, this is such a simple application. We'll never hit that point, Larobi. For other use cases, though, yeah, I am majorly like considering if I would ever use SQLite for something I really, really, really care about. Now, we did see in the docs that, yeah, libsql, we could use this UUID thing. It probably just makes local dev a lot easier since it's just a file. That's my guess. Like, yeah. And it makes a lot of sense why Aaron Francis did his content on reading the SQLite docs from like, start to finish or whatever. That's actually some valid content. Yeah, I mean, running Postgres or any other thing requires like Docker or a whole bunch of other things for like spinning up a local dev instance, whereas SQLite's just a file. So there's definitely major value to something like SQLite for just getting up and running as quick as possible. Because I don't want enumeration. So it would either be UUID or a nano ID as a string. I'm fundamentally against enumeration, like using numeric IDs at this point. Right? You know, with WordPress, you can log into any WordPress site ever. If you can like create a new account, you can see how many users that site has because it's a numeric ID. And you can actually then go and like iterate through the list of users and get their public information. It's a vulnerability that WordPress has had for ages, and it's a won't fix vulnerability. I really, yeah, I don't like that. For this project, it doesn't matter, but just in general as a habit, that just defeats the purpose, Larobi. Then you're committing like basically a cardinal sin for database design by duplicating what is essentially the same value. Right? Never have two unique IDs that point to the same row, even if they're separate like values themselves. You're violating normalization at that point. WordPress as a tool is just fine. The plugin system, like there's so much it does right, but then yeah, like the management of it just sucks. Right? Like hold on, they even said it. Where was it? Up top. Right? SQLite is open source but not open contribution. WordPress is very much the same way. Like yeah, they might accept a contribution, but man, they're going to make you jump through some hoops to do it. Right? SQLite's explicit about it. WordPress is implicit about it. So okay. Um I'm just going to use nano IDs. I think it's fine. I do need to install libsql though. Uh, libsql npm. I think we want libsql client, right? Yeah. Yep. So I'll install nano ID at the same time. Okay. Let's see. I'm also gonna want. I think Drizzle works fine with SQLite. Yeah. Sorry. Someone just responded out to me. Yeah. I'm gonna install an ORM just for making my querying easier. Oh, disdain! Like you didn't understand what ORM actually stood for. That reminds me of IT crowd. What does IT stand for? It stands for integrity. It stands for power. It stands for no. I mean literally the letters IT. What do they stand for? Like yeah, I love that show. I don't know. I don't know what they stand for. I never thought to ask. It wasn't important. My job consisted of managing a a slob, blah blah blah, who's terrible with people, and another man who collects wire. Right? Like, yeah. I don't know. It's like a really good bit. I messed up the quote directly, but yeah, I like that part. We are going to need .env. Yep, that's a good point. Ooh, and TSX in this context. I forget what that is. Oh, it's just for executing TypeScript. Yeah. Sure, we'll do it. Um, Heen, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. And undercover chicken. Ooh, I like that. And yeah, Heen, thank you for the follow as well. Wow, you subbed before you even followed? That's cool, man. Thank you. Oh, gotcha. All right. So yeah, .env. What else did they recommend installing? Drizzle ORM. That's the one. I completely understand Larobi, but we've also read from articles for other people, like one of the creators of SQLite saying that the string lookup time versus int lookup time is actually not that big a deal in SQLite specifically. Yes, I'm aware of database optimization, Larobi. For this application, I don't think it's a problem. In something that has full like support for fixed length strings, it's actually like way less important. Because the gist of doing the lookup is getting to the field that you care about. TSX is installed as a dev dependency. Those that we just installed are runtime dependencies. TSX is a dev time dependency. That's fine. And yeah, Larobi, maybe you're aware of this, but at least for other people watching, the reason that fixed length strings are important versus varchars is because of how you can think about the data being stored in memory, right? As like, if you know the length of a row, you can jump to the next row really quickly. If you don't know the full length of a row, then you have to actually iterate each field to find the end of that row to get to the next one. So if you have all fixed length fields in a row, you know how long that row is automatically, and jumping to the next row to index it further is much faster. And that's why database normalization is important. You put all your varchars in some other place so it doesn't slow down your other faster lookups. And you might say, well, once you've indexed it, the lookup is fine because you're recording where those rows start and end in memory. Well, yeah, but you still have to deal with the speed of indexing at that point, which still has to do the row iteration. I got lucky in my like database design class because my mom is very much like a database person. Um, like she did a lot of like database stuff in COBOL for like telephony. She designed like massively performant access databases, and for Microsoft for years she was optimizing like business intelligence queries. So like some of those queries would take like a day or a day and a half to run. She would optimize some of them down to the order of hours instead. And a lot of that involved proper normalization. It's possible to say. She was a contractor. She wasn't like full on Microsoft employee, but yeah, she worked there for years. Yeah, I mean, I play games. We're talking like business intelligence data, like massive data sets. Yeah, another one of her big performance wins was taking subqueries and turning them into joins. That was like the actually the biggest thing because normalization is pretty standard. But as far as like writing complex SQL queries, well, yeah, like even people that know better will at least like prove out their idea with a subquery. And sometimes you get reassigned and you never have time to optimize it, so then it just persists. So yeah, like, yep, there's definitely like little tricks you can look for quick and easy wins. Not necessarily quick and easy because writing really complex joins instead of the subquery for it is not quick and easy, but it's at least like a heuristic you can look for something that you could probably optimize. But okay, yep. So disdain. I look fairly like my mom. So yeah, if you ever met her in person, you'd probably recognize her. She had a different last name, just because she always went by it. But yeah, if you want to message me, guessing her name, go for it. I would say try and do it on Discord because I don't see Twitch DMs that much. But okay, so we installed all that stuff. Let's get the file system going. Yeah, we're gonna need a .env file. And what did they call them? I'll just copy and paste these. It's fine. Because we're not even going to be dealing with them at the moment. Let's just complete their recommended steps. Oh, typo. Yeah. Instead of indexing on just one field, indexing on multiple fields. Yeah, that is quite useful for sure. Yeah, because when you spam indexes, they have to be regenerated on every insert, right? So on an insert heavy table, you can run into like thrashing the CPU. There's also the storage cost of indexes too, in RAM and on disk. Uh, I'll call this backend.ts. Oh, and they're probably complaining that these could be potentially no good. Um, go for it. I'm not sure we'll actually listen to it here on this stream, but if you want to post it over to the Discord channel, that would work. Like, you know, random or wherever. And then I can check it out later. All right, so we'll do const prod. Uh, Terso config. Or let's just call it db config. Sure, we'll allow that. I think that works. All right, so we generate the DB there. We'll just export const here. Oh, interesting. Hold on. We actually wanted that. Ah, yes. Okay, so right, because we're on Netlify is going to be running this in a serverless kind of way. Oh no, the schema is going to be easy. What I'm still thinking about is like when we run our fixtures, right? So like when we create our tables, etc., versus when we generate the fixture data. And I don't think we actually need fixture data for this. We might be okay. When they like having the idea of a source DB folder. So I find their docs here on Drizzle actually really confusing. Because it seems to be duplicating the DB credential stuff. Hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing? Oh, Terso has their own version of Drizzle docs too. Yeah, we'll add these, sure. Thanks, Jay. It's not the exact same, but they do definitely duplicate the DB credential part, which I kind of find annoying. Yeah, I find that a bit annoying. And I guess here's the thing. Yeah, we're not going to need to worry about. Yeah, we're not going to need to worry about running migrations and scaffolding the schema at the Netlify level. We just do that as part of our push, right? Like when we make a request, that stuff's already set up because Terso is maintaining all that. So yeah, that part's persistent. So I think we're good there. I think we're good there. A TSX file is a TypeScript file that has JSX in it. Same difference between a JS file and a JSX file. All right, so yeah, this part's fine. Okay, and yeah, the way they're doing this, we don't need to actually do. Yeah, I was getting a little premature with this part. We can just do these. All right, so that's allowed to be that. Let me make sure I got the right thing showing work-wise. Did I get tagged for something? No, we're good. Oh. Yeah, so we would just define that. So yeah, all this is actually totally fine. I was thinking differently. See, I see why they do the config that way. Makes sense to me. And then, yeah, let's just do drizzle.config.ts. Um, Interesting that the terso docs here say driver. What does drizzle say for that config? Dialect terso. So it looks like the terso docs are actually out of date. Oh, whoops. Okay, so yeah, that ends up working fine. What was the file string we were using? All right, so then here, we do that. We don't want the quotes though. All right, we do that connection stuff and we can check. Actually, no, this is all fine. Let me get more music going, though. If you were to travel to the US for a conference, which one would I recommend? I mean, what are you looking for? Are you looking for TypeScripty stuff? Are you looking for React focused stuff? Are you looking for a little bit of everything kind of stuff? Like, I don't know. Are you looking for just like a party? Depending on how you answer those questions, I think the difference changes. Are you interested in Kubernetes and like cloud native stuff? Yeah, I think it really depends. You know what the smart move is? Propose talks to the ones that actually cover airfare and hotel. So yeah, you just need to start writing up some presentations. There you go. And I play games. Like you're in Europe, right? There's conferences in Europe too. If you want to get a feel for what a conference is even like, I feel like a flight to the US would be the most expensive way to try it out for the first time. There are plenty in Europe, as an example. But yeah, I forgot where you're from, so that might change things too. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Um, would your wife actually enjoy a tech conference? Those birds might not be as close as you think. Because I would say the after party stuff is, also like a big part of the conference experience. Would she enjoy chatting with a bunch of like techie people? Probably not. Yeah, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'd love to like, meet up at some conference if you make it out here, but also I don't know, man, like trying to kill those birds at the same time rarely actually works out. You could end up doing a thing where like, you do your like vacation thing with them like before or after the conference, but then there's still like a couple days where you're barely going to be around them, you know? And then you're paying for the cost of that, such as hotel room, etc. So, I don't know. If that's an option and you can stay for an extra 4 days, Yeah, yeah, I would say that would be more worthwhile. Or bare minimum, like you're going to New York or something just to get like the New York experience. You don't want to be tied down to a conference during that either. Which is why I'm flying to New York 2 days early this year, like I did last year, so I can enjoy New York. Janhua, are you out there? Is anyone else going to be in New York City during JS Nation type time? Because there is a comedy show on that Sunday before it that the tickets may sell out. It's like 35 bucks a ticket. But it's like the comedy show is I forget the name of it. It's at Gotham Comedy Club. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, it's hold on, did I scroll past it already? No. Here it is. Yeah, this one. The Mixtape Comedy Show. It's every third Sunday, so it's, not that crazy. But there's a music guest, there's four comics. I don't know. Figured I'd give that a shot. And then yeah, like the night before, the day before, I might try and do some like, just other shows too. I like the comedy club thing. I haven't been to enough comedy shows. I know there's a place here in Seattle, but I always forget about it. If I lived over like near the good comedy clubs in Seattle, I'd probably go a lot more often. But driving into Seattle just isn't something I want to do on a regular basis. Yeah, Bob, I live in Redmond. I go to Seattle JS every month. I might be missing November, depending on when I get back from Cloud Native Con. But December will be like the Christmas party. So I would say, I would definitely recommend hitting up Seattle JS for the November show or November event, but also try and make sure you get there for the December one because it's just like a good hangout. Like, it's a good time. Oh, you're over in Ballard. Nice. Yeah, I have a friend who lives over there. All right, so yeah, we could design our schema now. We'll need some of this stuff. Not yet. The kitchen sink. I'll probably do one here. I mean, I'm gonna limit it to two today because I got work to do. But yeah, I'll probably have a whiskey in maybe like an hour or so. This is just tea. All right, so ID. Age we don't care about. Email we will need, I think. We're only gonna have login with GitHub, so we might not even need that. But yeah, we'll do ID, name, email, and we'll say Yeah. Name will actually just be that. Created at, modified at, or updated at. Either one's fine for me. Name then goes away, and I'll call that good. All right, so then from there, we're going to have... and this is the part where I'm not sure. For performance reasons, I don't think it's going to matter. All right, we can always just migrate later. I was thinking about if I wanted to normalize out the left and the right text, right? Like the code snippets. A user's only ever going to be querying for their own snippets anyway. Doing a single lookup probably isn't going to be a problem either. I'm basically just trying to convince myself that it's okay to not normalize this second table. We're only going to save code snippets for people that log in. And the majority of people aren't going to log in. Like, I've never logged into Carbon and created an account. This is just going to be for people that want to persist more than one snippet, basically, which is going to be rare. Yeah, no worries, I play. If you are looking for, like, like conferences in the EU to check out, just let me know. Vito and Bob, thank you for the follows. Latus, I missed. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need to worry too much about the performance of this. All right, so ID, user ID. It probably will need a title. And I don't care if title is unique. Snippets table, nope, that is not unique. The code, I don't care about enforcing uniqueness there either. This is going to be code left, code right. We'll enforce validation at the endpoint level. Oh, and you're right. Someone else did the song thing earlier, too. Yeah, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, Bob. There you go. I don't think email can be null. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the Airwolf theme song. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that 80s film. Or was it a film or a TV show? I think it was a TV show. The film I'm thinking of was like Blue Thunder or something. I could have them mixed up. I never actually watched it. I just know every time I play it, people who were old enough to have watched it tell me all about the nostalgia factor. So yeah, user can have many snippets. Username, avatar URL, GitHub ID, those are all going to be unique as well. And yeah, email is definitely going to be required because you can't have a GitHub account without an email. So yeah, I think we're good there. All right, so that seating, I think I'm okay with that. And yeah, that is the list of commands I have. It's a really long list, so don't worry about memorizing any of that. But okay, so I think we're good there. I'm going to move this to here, and we're just going to call that client. Okay. So then pnpx drizzle kit push. You got a command to test? That one's good. That one's a solid clip. Yeah, that's a solid clip. Sounds about right there, Teddy. Oh, wow. We even know Yamateru, so they ran into the same issue. Maybe push is the wrong thing, and their docs are out of date. Ah, I see. Yes, the path is wrong. I don't think that was the flaw that we had, but yeah, SRC and migrations will let be there. Oh, I like that name. Oh, laser lettuce? Oh, that's solid. There we go. So it did create the local DB file. Okay. So I can just drag that. Okay, now hold on. We're not setting where the local DB file actually lives. Oh, we are. It's file colon local DB. That's probably going to run from root, right? All right. That looks like it's okay. All right, so let's generate these OAuth endpoints. So number one, this will be snippets. We should have seen that somewhere in the solid start docs. I see what they're doing. Okay. I don't need these to be TSX. They can just be TS. Okay, so then, yeah, snippet ID. And what up, Ash? How you doing? All right, so then snippets is get. We'll just have a post for it. Snippet ID is going to have get as well as a patch. Yeah, it's fairly spendy. So, like, there's a lot of keyboards to look at. I know they gave me a free one to promote it, but you know, I gotta be me. I gotta be honest with you that I like it. It's a nice keyboard. Is it worth the cost? I don't know. I didn't pay for mine. So that's like hard to justify. I do quite like it. I believe the switches are hot swappable, which is nice. Build quality is pretty good. I have run into some trickiness with the I forget what they call it, like the nerve or whatever, like the thing that connects up and then you connect that to your PC. But I'm also going through a USB switch, like switcher. So that could be a big part of it too. And it could also be like maybe in the firmware, they eventually update it and fix it and it's super good. But I have had to like unplug it and replug it in twice over the past 2 weeks, which isn't a lot. You know, it stays plugged in all day. I do switching 3 or 4 times a day. So I got to be honest with you about it. I do like it. The tenting is the thing that really, really does it for me. I'm not even using like the Bluetooth, but the tenting being so configurable, that part's amazing. I've had a split keyboard before that didn't have any tenting, and yeah, I wouldn't recommend a split keyboard without tenting these days. And tenting, if you're not aware, is basically like, your hand like is flat. Well, normally your hand actually sits at an angle, like as far as like natural. So like making sure that you're in like a fully neutral wrist position requires tenting basically, where like the middle is raised up higher than the edges. All right, I needed to add Zod. Almost forgot about that. Well, that's not going to do anything. But yes, I do like this keyboard. Only thing I would like more about it is if it had some nicer keycaps. Like, these are just standard Cherry MX style keycaps. And I could replace them. The problem is that what I would replace them with would end up having like a profile to it rather than being flat profile. But yeah, I might try switching up my keycaps here soon. Wouldn't be able to change up the thumb cluster at all, but at least like the main keys. I wouldn't mind swapping those out for like a DSA or not DSA, SA or XDA or MT3 or XDA. I think would be flat profile, so that would be nice. MT3 is I think my favorite. I definitely don't want to pull keys off of other keyboards for it. I actually do have one I could pull off of. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But okay, so for validators. Yeah. I believe these are PBT. They do feel pretty smooth. These are probably ABS. Yeah. So they are cherry profile caps for parts of it. But I mean, I can just show you right now. The keys in the middle here are all basically the same height. There's only a few that are like the same height as like another row. So it's cherry profile caps, but they're not strictly cherry. Right? You know how like the top row on a cherry keyboard is taller? So basically, depending on the row that you're on, the keys are going to be slightly different. These all feel pretty much the same. Nah, no, you're right. I think they are cherry. They're properly cherry. The ones I would be picking would be like the SAs. So they would be like way different. And yeah, XDA is flat. So yeah, no, you're right. They do have the cherry profile. The ones I have would be like these though. At least as far as the ones I have available right now. I do have some MT3s I could put on actually. So I might consider doing that at some point. You want You know what? I do have to use the restroom. I'm going to pour some more water real quick, and then yeah, we're gonna keep hacking out the code. But maybe we look at some of the keycap sets I got. Yeah, give me a sec. Let me go use the restroom, pour some more water, and let me grab a stack of like the keycaps that I don't have mounted, and we can look through them and pick one. So I will be right back. Give me a second. Hey, wrong place. Well, shucks. Where did I put them? Here they are. Here's the box. All right, we're gonna pick some keycaps. All right, so these are XDA, so they would be flat profile. And let's switch to the starting screen real quick while we look. They're pretty nice. This is definitely an option. I'd have to clean these, but this is definitely an option. Oop. So yeah, this wooden keyboard, which I really liked, the XMIT, it has an SA set. So it's like, you know, spherical, like really nice. They are not PBT, they are ABS, but they are the chocolatier set. And then I got a cheese key. This one, really dusty. This one is SDA, or XDA. That one's kind of nice. This might be the winner. Here's an SA set. These are the, it's like, I forget the name of it, but yeah, like blue. We can go blue with it if we wanted. I blew myself. Sorry, bad joke. Ooh, these were some really nice blanks. I don't think I could do the blanks right now, though. So we'll skip the blanks. These are some PBT. These are just cherry profile, but yellow. Less keen on that one. And we're not going to set this up now. So the choice is basically down to, and God, I hope I don't drop these. The blue one. This one that's like, I don't know, like, what's that game where you're like the fire marshal or whatever? Like out in the woods? This one would be pretty nice, actually. It's like a flat profile, though. And then lastly, there is the chocolatier. Any preferences? I also do have the Scrabble caps. The Fire one, the Firewatch one. Okay. Yeah, I'll set the Firewatch keys. Not right now, but eventually. Music stopped. Ooh, that's a mistake. Sorry about the lack of music. So, all right, yeah, we'll do the Firewatch caps. We're not going to get, like, the full value from it, though, because we don't have the same, like, spacebar or anything. But, whatever. What's the point of even having them if I don't use them, right?
Give him an enema.
Esh, as always, we have commands in the title that you can run to get a feel for it. All right, so this is going to be the only stuff that the user is able to update on their own. There you go. Yeah, there's also Blue Sky. I think I have the socials command. I don't know if I have Blue Sky added to socials. Yeah, I need to add Blue Sky and Threads to this list. Is there another one I'm missing too? I think I have a Mastodon set up. I don't remember what it is though. Yeah, as long as like the community moves there, yeah, I'd be fine with it. So yeah, that'll be something we end up needing to do here soon. And I quite like this photo. I might start changing up my my social media photo to this one too. It's a little red in the face. I think it's fine. But okay, so yeah, as far as what a user would be able to submit, snippet validator there looks fine to me. Oh, that's actually easy enough. We don't even need to export that. Okay. And then, yeah, maximum length for the code left and right. What do we think, like, the biggest code we want to allow someone to submit is? I don't see there being much value in someone being able to submit more than 1K, but we could say 5K. I'd say 5K is fine, right? Yeah, I mean, this is just for doing diffs, right? And I don't think a diff of anything, like really, a diff of anything more than like 10 lines is probably not even going to be valuable for social sharing. But at the, at the max, we can let someone do a 5K if they want. Doesn't cost me that much. So yeah, we'll call that good. All right, so getting all of the snippets. We're gonna need some stuff for the back end. Do I have Walter still open? Because I'm doing all that logic in Walter right now. Yeah, let's go grab that real quick. Yeah, so we'll copy and paste this because, yes, we're going to need to grab all of it. So, yeah, token. I don't think we're going to deal with a refresh token on this. Right? We're not handling money or doing anything crazy with that. We'll leave it there just because. Why not? We're going to call it middleware. I don't know if Solid actually has the concept of middleware, though. Oh, it does. I'm not sure I like how Solid does some of this. Or Solid Start, technically. Like, I'd almost want to be able to assign config based upon, like, a folder of routes, right? And, like, that config would be the middleware that gets assigned. Then I could have middleware for everything within, like, a nested folder. I would not call this elegantly designed, which is interesting because that seems like something they pride themselves on. Like they're basically just saying like, yeah, we know you want to reduce boilerplate by doing the middleware thing, but tough. If you can't do it for every request, you can't do it for any request. Now, keep in mind, I forget how you do middleware with Next.js, so yeah, they may have been using Next.js as inspiration, and that's a problem. So it looks like maybe we might be able to add middleware by doing some like export const route thing. I'm not sure API routes actually have that. Yeah, I don't know. If I was building a serious project and not just a hackathon project, this would be a deal breaker for me. But oh well, it's fine. So export. I think it's an async function. We'll do this. We'll do get user. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, so I still need to split that. We don't want to decode the token for it. Oh wait, I'm messing up the drizzle stuff. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so then, yeah, this is how we want to do this part. Yeah, so references, foreign keys automatically have indexes generated for them, right? Like the foreign key itself is an index. So I think we should be good there. That may be different with SQLite. It should be the same with SQLite too, though, right? So yeah, we don't need to do any custom index stuff. We do need to do t.integer references. And yeah, so then here, user ID, this is... Okay, yeah, this part's fine. So this would be text dot not null. We might not even need that, but dot references. Users table dot ID. Perfect. Oh, unique has an index too. I forgot about that. Yeah, I totally forgot that. I think it's worth enforcing the uniqueness. So we'll leave it. Yeah, I forgot an index was going to be created for these. It's fine. And thank you for the follow, Carvenxy. Thank you. Welcome. All right, so yeah, that should all be good now. Middleware here, yes, where decoded.sub is that. And yeah, this ends up being right, we need to get our client, which is DB. That's right. Hey, thanks, X Factor. Wait, what? Oh, it's select distinct and then dot. Yeah, yeah, okay. I want EQ. Oop. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so user stable.id. Eh, what's the right way to make sure that we only get one value out of this? Like in a type safe way. I probably don't need distinct, but I still want to do like the single value one. Is limit really the only way? I just want one value. I just want the first one that we find. And I don't want to have to cast. They don't have a find first. Oh, is there a get first? Yeah, I don't see get first. So we're looking at the drizzle documentation here. Where do you see that in the drizzle documentation? Okay, so you're saying I see find last. Ah, so that's only if we do the db.query.users thing, right? Hmm. Yeah. which I'd be fine with. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't care about the sequel, like. I don't mind using this. This looks fine to me. Um, okay. See, I just got to change this up. And yeah, I don't use drizzle that much. I have used it before. But then this part's no good because are we not using the schema? Ah, we're not using the schema. But instead of the file, I think we just do the location of it, right? Ah, and then this is where we need to export const schema. Nope, that's not what I want. There we go. All right. There we go. The schema is the table const? No, Larobi, if we wanted to be able to do the query part that way, you have to actually like put it into an object with the key that you want to query by. Just having the table itself isn't enough. Now, we could have defined schema over in here as an object with those like user table and snippets table in here, or I can just do it in the schema file. Either way works. But that's how they get that type safety, at least. Of like, you know, db.query dot whatever that object mapping is. Yeah, I remembered that from the last time I did it, at least. Realistically, I could have just popped open orderly and I have all this stuff set up over there. But, eh. All right, now hold on. TSBS goes away. We do need JSON Web Token, though. Oop. And I may want to like just encode most of this data too. All right. Oof. Okay. We do need to add JSON web token. All right, so then const, and yeah, we're just gonna have some boilerplate for it. It's fine. Now, let me double check their docs. Returning responses. Aha, so I'm going to want to bring in JSON from solid router. So their docks don't even have. The docks are very incomplete. Ah, their docks are so incomplete. Yeah, we'll have to experiment with it. Or anyone here who's actually used Solid Start for API endpoints, how did you handle returning status codes? Okay, so hold on. An API route is expected to return JSON or a response object. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're good there. So status 200 here is probably implied. No, this is TypeScript. Mountain Dew. Okay, good enough. All right, so we got this boilerplate. We're going to have that in all of our authenticated endpoints. For creating one of these, we should be calling this event probably. This is going to be is valid. All right, works for me. Oh, and that's just for querying, right? No, that's not it. All right, so hold on. Let's go look at the Drizzle docs again. So insert, then it takes the table on the insert. And yes, I'm missing. Which ones are they saying I'm missing? I think it's just created at. Yeah. What? ID. Oh, we need an ID for it. Yep. And then, yes, we need a util for that. This is going to be... ID dot ts. We're going to call it IDs dot ts. All right, the custom alphabet. Where do we do that part? Here we go. Now the length of it. No, it isn't. Which is why I want to make this a much longer string. They have a calculator, though. That they link somewhere. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Collision probability. Do they have the tester here? They do have the tester. Right, so then if we want to give it, I'd say 21 characters. So yeah, 71,000 years or 623 billion IDs needed in order to have a 1% probability of at least one collision. Does mean it's possible. Now, this is if we do it per hour. Hold on, if we do it per second, then it's only 20 years. But that's at the speed of 1,000 IDs per second. So if we crank that up, we could do 32. Even at 24. I'm okay with 32 or 36, just to be on the safe side. You know, that's probably fine. Realistically, we could just do the full alphabet. Then we can probably crank that way back down. So then at 20, it's like a reasonable thing in the URL at least. SQLite doesn't support a unique ID like we're trying to do. There is a way of doing SQLite with UUIDs, but UUIDs are definitely way too long for the URL. But then they're no longer UUIDs and they're not the actual value. So, I mean, Best World, by doing that, I'm not sure how to set that up with SQLite. There is a way of using UUIDs directly and probably having it generate those, but then you're losing the value of making it be a UUID in the first place. Because anything with a native UUID support ends up being just a 32-bit number, right? Integer, versus the string that we're encoding. So you lose the benefit of UUID by stringifying. So then you might as well just use nano ID. Now, the reason I do nano ID with a custom alphabet is so that these are still URL capable. Which is why I'm not doing capitals, even though capitals technically work in URLs. I think the spec for URLs is that URLs are case insensitive. So if we want to be like true to the spec, we don't do capital. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I've had that as like a thing that I swear I read somewhere over 10 years ago, and I've just, I forgot where I even read it. Okay, yeah. URLs are supposed to be, yeah, all right, case insensitive. Cool. Just wanted to make sure that. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of things that break it. Like, pretty much every website I've ever seen, that does, not necessarily UUIDs, but some custom hashed value, they're not case insensitive, actually. But I'm not going to break it with this. I mean, so technically it will result in uppercase characters, but that's just so you can differentiate them. If you were to lowercase those things, it would actually be the exact same result. So that like %20f or whatever, you could lowercase the f and it would still be the exact same thing. ULID? I'm not familiar with ULID. It's a very similar reason to why like SQL is typically written with the keywords being all uppercase, and then your like tables and values and stuff being lowercase, right? So you can like parse it and read it easier. That SQL like not standard but pattern existed before syntax highlighting was like such a common thing. I'd say we're probably fine at 20 characters. I'm not familiar with ULID, but we already brought in the library for NanoID, so we're probably just going to stick with that. It's not worth bike shedding on it too much. There you go. Yeah, writing the tags uppercase. Oh, so Eduardo, I don't know if that's even necessary now with UUID v7. UUID v7 is like timestamp sortable, which is probably what we'd be looking for anyway. So yeah, you might want to check into UUID v7. It's, I don't know, maybe more of a standard. Now, granted, it's a longer number, so eh. Yeah, UUID too long for the URL. Totally right. Yeah, I get you. And it's not like definitely too long. It's just, I don't know. Too much effort. Even 20 is like, all right, come on, it's long enough. We could bump it up to 24 just for a little bit more, right? Security or whatever. Not security, but peace of mind. Oh, and what did I call it? Did I just leave it as nano ID? Oh, I'm not sure, Larobi. As far as like the value in the URL, it's just unwieldy. We'll call it custom nano ID. Ideally, I would actually do something like add a prefix to it. I don't know if it makes any sense for this app, but just by adding a prefix and keeping it a shorter string length, you get like the name spacing within the tables better. I don't know. I don't think it matters. Not for this. We're overcomplicating it already. Okay, so we've got that. Let me bring in missing imports. Update. Oh, no, it's wrong on that one. Let me go look it up on the Drizzle docs again. Oh, you do set and then where. Okay. All right, and then we want to validate that this user actually owns it. Um, say that's a 403 as well. I'm going to leave them as separate if checks, though. All right, so that looks good. And then as far as getting it, and really snippet ID here, we can make just 404. And yeah, instead of 403, now we just do 404. But I may want to log them separately still, so I'm going to leave that. How do we check? How do we do multiple where clauses? Do we just pass an array? No. Oh, yes. Good call. There we go. Ah, JSON's from there. Okay. So let's think about the endpoints we have here. We have the get for like a get all for all snippets for a user. We've got creating a new one. When we create the new one, hold on. Oh, wrong thing. And then this is JSON dot stringify. I think I'm missing that on... Oh, I'm not patching that. I think that's okay. And then, yeah, that return JSON is actually wrong. Well, I'm not sure it is. I at least want to be consistent. It probably would have been fine. And then I just like doing this. Yep. I'm not sure if this set is actually going to fire an error for us or not. If these values are undefined. We'll have to find out. And honestly, we're doing a patch. We could probably just do a put. Created at. We're not going to update in the patch, though. Yeah, we could just make this a put. Because we're not doing patch functionality with it. And yeah, we control the front end, and it's simple enough that we can just force it to send all of it over the wire anyway. Yeah, I think I'm into it. Okay, cool. So we've got those endpoints done. I mean, I think I can pour a whiskey. We probably need to get the OAuth stuff set up now, which shouldn't be too hard. Because, yeah, we're not actually issuing any tokens, so we couldn't even test this. Let's see. Let me grab some whiskey. All right, so I've got some Henry McKenna. I have a bunch of the Henry McKenna. Or I've got my birthday whiskey from Bedtime Bear, which is McFarland's Reserve. I only got one of these, so it might be worth it to hold on to this. I've got like 5 of these. Let's do the one I have more of. Yeah. Yeah, see? Stocked up on the Henry McKenna because it's my favorite to actually mix with Coca-Cola. I know. I'm a bit of a heathen that way, but I can definitely taste a difference when mixing with Coca-Cola. It's not necessarily my favorite to drink straight. I think actually that other one is smoother. Might also be because this is 100 proof, while the other is 90. Ooh, that was a good pop, though. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday going? Pretty happy with how quickly we hammered out some of that boilerplate. Especially like being not fully unfamiliar with Drizzle, but having to like refresh myself. Cause yeah, for a lot of my other stuff, I use Dynamo, and it's a totally different beast. All right, so cheers. That is a good one. And yeah, it's a little chilly in this room. It's actually like the perfect temperature. I'm like just slightly cold, but I'm not like shivering cold. I got a little bit of the goosebumps, but not bad. I like being slightly cold. Like it's cold enough to get slight goosebumps, but not so cold that my feet are like too cold. But okay, so we got these endpoints. Oh, let me check on my fantasy football real quick. A couple of my players are underperforming, but that's fine. 26 to 30? I mean, let me look at what we're at here in... Oh, I could just check right here in this room. I'm at 22.3. .3 Celsius, which is what in Fahrenheit? 72? Oh, that's not bad. I feel like temperature's a little lower towards the ground here. Okay, so yeah, for our OAuth. We're going to be using GitHub. Let's close down some of these docs we don't need right now. And yeah, hold on, let me just say it. So Eduardo, I mean, honestly, UUIDs are probably fine for the URL. It's probably fine. Like, as I like keep stewing on it and thinking about it, we could have used UUIDs just fine. I probably would have ended up turning them into strings anyway, though. Just because I don't want to deal with the hassle of doing like a SQLite extension using SQLine or whatever they call it. Right? Like using this extension or whatever it is. This does seem a little unwieldy in a URL, you know? I'd say it gets worse when you have like nested, like, you know, two UUIDs in the URL. Then it's a bit much for a user. It's even then not a big deal. So if you ended up having like you know, like foo.com slash widgets slash that slash gadgets, or I guess widgets would be part of gadgets, but whatever, you know what I'm getting at. Right? That's a beast of a URL. You know? Do users care? Probably not most of the time. And the fact that you know, the users of this app are devs, it matters even less. I just think by expanding the alphabet, we can condense the size of it by easily, I want to say like 30 characters, and still get just the same amount of lack of collisions. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're not even out there anymore, Eduardo, but I don't know about you. I still like stew on and think about things way after I probably should have just been like, whatever, it's fine. Like, I'll say whatever, it's fine in the moment, and then I'll still actually be stewing on it. Oh, and thank you for the follows. I got a bunch of them actually just now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see Esh. I don't know how to pronounce it. Someone else just recently too. Cool. All right. So yeah, next steps. GitHub OAuth. All right, so we redirect him to that point. It comes back to our site. Wait, now hold on. Ah, here it is. And then we make a request to that endpoint for the GitHub stuff. Code is what comes back in the URL. Yeah. Just double check it. All right, so then that code gets passed to what we're doing here. It's not going to be a param. It's part of the body. We don't have a user yet. What we end up wanting is, I think we would destructure it, right? Hold on, no. We would need to parse the body. Yes. This would be... that, the JSON code. And that is all they would be sending us. So we don't really need to do much validation on that. Either we have a code or we don't. And it's a value we just pass to GitHub. So then const GitHub response is equal to await fetch. That we would definitely need to pass the client ID and the client secret. Those headers look right, the code looks right, and yeah. We may want to try catch that, just so we can control the response we send back to the front end. Let me get more music going. Damn, I heard the song that was going to play before it even happened. Because I've been playing this song right after this one for the past week. That might be a bit much. Oh, and I missed a follow. Dio Sterling. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so what comes back on the response from this? Yeah, if we pass application JSON, it'll come back like that. And it'll have access token. Sonic is slow. Oh, wow. That's a bold statement there, Sonic. And thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. I forgot. Is that a reference to Sonic the Hedgehog, or do you not like Sonic the Restaurant? I like that power, right? It's like Hero from Heroes. You like it? Thank you. Thought it was funny when you were a teen? Yeah, for sure. No, I get it. I just thought it would be like really funny if like, no, a lot of people think it's about Sonic the Hedgehog. No. This is about the drive-in Sonic, right? Like the restaurant. They're so slow. I want my food now. Like, like, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, you can use it. Go for it. Yeah, you want those stuffed jalapeno poppers now. Yep. Oh, wait. Hold on. Const. That. You were waiting for like a solid 20 minutes only to realize they canceled your order? Not Sonic, but just a food story in general? And when you say that, you mean like you did like a DoorDash kind of order or something? Uber Eats? Oof. Dude, that's brutal. I have seen that happen where like people order after they've already closed, but like Uber Eats had the wrong closing time or something. I've seen that a few times. Or it's like you try to get it in like 10 minutes before they close. Not gonna lie, if I was still working food service and I saw an Uber Eats order come in 10 minutes before we close, cancel. Like, canceled. Oh, they just didn't have that. Like, yeah, yeah. Got it. 86 special. No, that makes a lot of sense for sure. That's actually like one of the best use cases for it, I think, in my opinion. Ooh, buddy. Wow, Super Maven nailed it with that one. Nailed it with that one. Ooh, it nailed it with that one too. Dude, Super Maven. Wow. Why you gonna be so good? Why you gotta be so good? All right, so I've very much been of the, oh yeah, no, ain't no AI taking my job. But damn, Super Maven does make it easier. So that's a thought, best world, but it's actually a fallacy, right? It's actually incorrect. Think about it this way. Back before the invention of the calculator, companies that had accounting had an army of accountants. The majority of them were actually just bookkeepers, right? Those people may have lost their jobs eventually. Sure. But you know what? The amount of accountants in the world increased massively because it meant that anyone, any company could have an accountant now. It's no longer a thing for giant companies to maintain an entire fleet of bookkeepers. No, you have software to do that part. But there are more accountants employed than there ever were bookkeepers and accountants combined. That's the way to think about it. Every company is a software company if it becomes easier, which means there are way more software jobs in the world. That's the way to think about that. Every company is a software company, whether they know it or not. Any company that doesn't start employing their own software people is going to lose to the people that can. Because just think about it this way. If you can pay 70 grand to 100 grand a year for a mediocre developer, you don't need to outsource that development to some company that's going to bill you $150 an hour. And it means it's better for engineers because, yeah, making 100 grand, you're probably still making more than that company that's billing $150 an hour for your time because they got to make their overhead for like their sales and management staff. So they're not going to pay anybody more than like $60 an hour. Now, granted, there is a deficit there, but when we talk about that $60 an hour as a contractor, yeah, that's usually something that you got to make up for tax-wise anyway. So at 100 grand a year salary, you're good to go. You're actually making out more so than someone who makes $60 an hour contractor. Benefits and all that stuff. Here in the US, at least. So yeah, it's a law of numbers, or like it's a large numbers game. I think a lot of the agencies out there are going to be the worst hit. But at the same time, they're going to be the people like agencies and, consultancies, etc., are going to be the ones that actually hire juniors. Right? No software company is going to want to hire a junior if they're the only software dev there, Freelancing is brutal. Yeah, best world. Freelancing is one of those things that you have to be really good at the sales thing. You can be a mediocre developer as a freelancer. You have to be really good at sales. Or you need to have a body of work behind you and a network of people willing to recommend you to the companies that they work at, that you can get the higher paying like enterprise gigs, and then your sales actually don't matter. There are people like that in the world, for sure, where they're terrible salespeople, but they've worked with enough other devs that other devs will vouch for them as them being really good at their job, and then those people get brought on as experts and make a killing. I know I've talked and chatted with a bunch of really high-level contractors that haven't actually done any cold calling or sales for ages, just because they've worked with people that keep recommending them for new projects. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't have any names off the top of my head, but this is a conversation I've had at least like 2 or 3 times. Which isn't a lot, but it's kind of crazy it's happened more than once. Yeah. So what I'm getting at, and this is where we get into the fuzzy term, consultancy, agency, studio, those things end up being very, very closely related until you then describe how they actually work, right? As a consultancy, you're like in the middle ground. Or agency, like agency and consultancy are such like fuzzy terms. You could be a person who's like a hired gun that gets embedded into external teams, or you could be at an agency or a consultancy that actually it's all internal dev and you're just hiring the company. And to me, that's also a studio or whatever, right? Like those terms become so fuzzy because they're not formally defined anywhere. Now, you as a consultant is a different thing. If someone's hiring you as a consultant, then you are embedding with their team and like, yeah, you're, you know, the hired gun. But yeah, all that gets really fuzzy. Like they are tricky terms to define. All right, so here's whiskey number 2. This is the last one of the day. I'd rather have it here than over on Gaming Stream. How many hours a day do I typically code? So for my job, I don't do much coding because I'm a developer advocate now. Most of my time for my job is spent copywriting and like I do some coding to set up stuff for videos, but it's like very light coding. Like I basically have zero coding associated with my job. And when I was getting hired, they actually told me like this is not a role that will involve a lot of coding. In fact, my boss who really advocated for me and for the role, etc. I'm like our only developer advocate. He pointed out like, yeah, in your next conversations, don't mention coding. We're not looking for a coder. We're looking for content, but content from someone who is a coder. And that's actually really important because most of my coworkers in like the product marketing team are not developers. So yeah, like I'm having to like set up things to then make content for that is like outside their wheelhouse. Now, some of them, they do a little bit of coding, sure, but I'm able to like speak the same language as developers because I am one, whereas the rest of my team is not. And I think like that's not a slight on the team. They're all really good at what they do. Like, holy shit. Yeah, like all my coworkers are amazing. They do great stuff. They're just not developers. So they don't have like the same like developer mindset of like what matters to them as a dev. So yeah, my role is content creation, which is awesome. Like it's part of the reason I was trying to become a developer advocate, mainly because I wanted to be able to stream my work. Well, yeah, no one wants to watch me here on stream doing video editing. I get it. It's fine. I may end up setting up a whole new like co-working stream in which I focus on that. So yeah, here you go, Sonic. This is the Henry McKenna. I believe they still have it at Costco, depending on the Costco. I'd recommend giving it a shot because they don't always have it. It's not like the Woodford Reserve or the Maker's Mark or some of the others that are like their staples that are always there. The Henry McKenna is like almost feels like seasonal. So I stocked up. I got 4 more in the fridge. Ah, you're in Pennsylvania, so they don't sell booze. Got it. Yeah, touche. Yeah. Yeah, I got family in Pennsylvania. Like Allegheny County, Peters Township. Something super fancy. You just pay for the small drink and they try to break even on the bottle. Oh, that's really cool, Best World. Oh, man. Yeah, I wish more bars did that. That would be awesome. I could see doing like a limit. Like maybe 2 pours per sitting. Something. But if you're going to be pouring 2 pours of that, you're probably buying food or something else too. You might even be just buying drinks for other people. No, it's a really cool concept. I like it. I just feel like it'd be tough to make that valuable. Oh, you're over in like the Philly area. Got it there, Sonic. Yeah, no worries. I had family, or my sister used to live in Philly. She's the only person from the family that ever lived there. But yeah. And maybe not Philly exactly, but over near there. I have a bunch of like snowboard friends from that area. Like massively. Yeah, I also have family over on the other side in Bethlehem, technically. Like I don't know if he still is, but my uncle was like the dean at that community college nearby. Yeah, I always forget about my cousins when I talk about family. I'm like over there. Yeah, yeah, totally. No, I got cousins like my aunt and uncle over there near Allentown. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Allentown is like somewhat close to Bethlehem, isn't it? I don't know for sure. Yeah, it's just right outside Allentown, for sure. Yep. Yeah, yeah. The first time I ever went skiing was at a mountain called Blue Mountain, like a half hour away somewhere. Oh, Blue Mountain Resort. Yeah, yeah. Yep. First time I ever went skiing was at Blue Mountain Resort. You rode your mountain bike there. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I used to live over in Jersey in North Brunswick, and that's where we went skiing when I lived in Jersey. It is a small world. It's actually crazy how small the world is. Like it's really crazy. Like not physically how small the world is, but how connected we are, right? This the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon is a real thing. Like, yeah, we're like you're connected to anyone else in the world through 6 chains, you know? Very specific links. But yeah, the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon is a thing. How's Cyberstrike been? Ooh, there you go. Um, I didn't see him at the last meetup. I saw him at the meetup like maybe 2 meetups before or whatever. I'll try and remember to say hi. I probably won't see him till December though. I don't know if I'll be in town for the November meetup. You definitely should give him a call. I bet he'd really appreciate it. For sure. Yeah, we even made a joke at the last meetup like, yeah, yeah, I'm Chris. He's other Chris. But no, no, no. Like, I don't want to keep that as like a big thing. Like, you know, whoever is present is Chris, and then either one of us is other Chris. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that could be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind doing a podcast with him. He's got good stories. He's like fun to chat with. for sure. Even if it's like a micro podcast, right? Like we do, you know, 6 to 20 episodes and then call it done. I think there's value to that. I'm doing like a micro series of podcasts for work, actually. Yeah, the micro series we're doing now is about like the title is Software is a Team Sport. It's about like collaboration and blah blah blah. It's like for Gitkraken, you know. But yeah, I'm interviewing people who are like team leads and talking about team stuff. It's really fun. Hopefully we can release that kind of soon. I've got 2 interviews in the bag so far, 2 more scheduled. One person I'm going to push back on them just to see if they're into it. And if not, I can find someone else. I want to do another one related to DevRel and like developer experience. I think that would be another good like mini series. I feel like you need 6 to call it a mini series. It's like a UK TV show. Made some monitoring for your server using Prometheus and Grafana. I am slightly familiar, for sure. 4 is a mini series, 6 is a pilot season. Yeah, what I'm getting at is like here in the US, like TV show seasons, at least like for like TV, are like 22 episodes or something like that. 10 is like a full season on like a streaming platform, whereas like 6 is like a full season in the UK. So it's like a mixture. I don't know. Maybe it's just a pilot. Whatever. I'll call it a pilot. I'm fine with it. Yeah, it's a pilot. There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, I mean, and then there's shows like Vox Machina that's 12 episodes a season. You know, it just depends. There's no 100% anymore. I mean, look at it this way, Best World. There's still like Brooklyn Nine-Nine that's 22 episodes a season, half hour. Like, you know, it depends on where it airs. If it's a streaming platform, it's up in the air, like anything can happen. If it's TV, nah, TV requires half hour episodes, 22 episodes per season. At least 2 episodes are going to fall within like nearest enough to sweeps week. Gnarly. Well, yeah, that's crazy, Gardek. Ooh, Vox Machina's fun. Yeah, it's like a bunch of the characters they created on Critical Role. Like that crew is like the Vox Machina crew. I think they're like the original Critical Role crew. And it's like, yeah, it's a good fun animated Dungeons and Dragons thing. Yeah, it's quite fun. I'd highly recommend it. And speaking of Prometheus and Kubernetes, etc., someone reached out to me from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation to set up a call while I'm there for Cloud Native Con. They're trying to sell me on Gitkraken stuff. I'm sorry, I'm the wrong person to talk to. I at least need to reply to him saying, like, I appreciate you reaching out and blah, 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 and, like, doing all that stuff. But, nah. Nah, Nah, I don't make any purchasing decisions. I'm not. Yeah, we got our infrastructure pretty much dialed. I could definitely catfish this person a little bit and probably get a free drink out of it. But that would be rude. And I'm representing the company, so I shouldn't do that. Yeah, totally. I'll let the company know. Wink. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll let them know what's up. I've gotten like. It's crazy how many people get access to the like the list of people registered for things. I think that's a big part of creating one of these like conferences. Being able to sell that list to people for like potential hot leads. And yeah, hold on. So Gardek, Polish humor, which is specific, sure. It's almost as if Satan covered it with ass. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. All right, let's keep building what we're building. I know. Am I taking my sweet ass time? A little bit. If you're surprised by that, I don't think you've seen this stream enough. If I wanted to stress out about how much I'm getting done, I'd still be working at an agency or a consultancy or whatever. Boom, roasted. But hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh, for sure, Best World. Yeah. That's what we do here. We boil the frog. There's like a good image of it. Hold on. Ladder cartoon rungs spacing. I think this will get us to it. Now, ladder cartoon progress. Here you go. Boom. The importance of small steps. This image is 100% accurate. By taking smaller steps, you don't lose as much when you fall back down, and it's easier to make the next step. So in so much of what we do, just in general, in life, small incremental improvement is harder to recognize in the moment, but it will net greater results, you know? So think about it like guitar. Play a half hour worth of guitar every day versus a 5-hour session once a week. It may not even add up to the same amount of hours, but you'll get better results by making it an everyday thing. Right? Consistency trumps big efforts. And this is how my brain just works in general. I'm a person who has to do something every day to get good at it. I just am. So when it came to snowboarding, I snowboarded 150 days a year. There are people who won't even snowboard 150 days in their lifetime. By snowboarding 150 days a year, some very complex tricks like I can spin a frontside 5 or a frontside 7, and that's a safety trick because of how many times I've done it. I'd rather spin off a jump than straight air it at this point. Even now, muscle memory is strong. Muscle memory is real strong. I would challenge basically anybody I know in the tech world or whatever to a game of snow, giving them an entire season to practice if they want, and I could beat them in a game of snow, no problem. You give me a week to build back up my muscle set and like practice a couple tricks, yeah, I will win in a game of snow hands down. I'd beat Ryan Florence. I would beat Kent C. Dodds, like, you know. And this isn't a slight on them. They have other priorities. I get it. Something that just blew my mind, I'm actually older than Kent C. Dodds. I didn't know that. Which is crazy, because he's been, like, big time in the dev world since before I even started programming. Like, on a regular basis. But I was small time in the snowboard world. For a long time. So yeah, there's like, I don't know, something just really cool about that consistency. I believe he's 36. He just had his birthday just the other day. CD Villard, if you didn't know, I'm 40. Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know? Here's one of my favorite notes. He started speaking at conferences because he couldn't afford to pay to go himself, so he had to get accepted as a speaker to be able to actually afford to go there. Any one of us here in chat can start doing that right now. Just start proposing talks for meetups. Just start proposing talks for conferences. And I realized, hold on, someone even asked this question earlier today, and I forgot to respond to it properly. No, you don't need to be anybody. Hell no, Best World. So many of the conferences are like, no, we just want brand new speakers. Like, we want fresh blood. Like, yeah, just submit a talk that you think is compelling. Submit a bunch of talks that you think are compelling. The odds that you get accepted go majorly up with just the amount of talks you submit, not who you are. Nobody picking me to speak at their conferences knows who I actually am. Besides Josh Goldberg for SquiggleConf, because he's a streamer, you know. Seriously, like, yeah, if you submit one talk, chances are you're not going to get submitted. You submit 3 or 4, your odds go way up. Yeah, no worries, Sonic. We'll see you again soon. I know it's late where you're at. It's almost 10 p.m. Yeah, get that sleep. And yeah, Best World, I want to push back on that entirely. You don't have to be anybody. You just need to have a talk that you think is compelling, that you can sell someone else on by typing out the description of it. And you're good to go. I think that's the important thing. Like, if you want to go to conferences, yeah, you could buy tickets. You could also just simply get accepted as a speaker. That's way better. That's way cheaper. It just costs you the stress of giving a talk in front of people. Maybe you get lucky and it's a talk for like JS Nation and you're in like the New York area. You get accepted to pre-record your talk for video. They do it on the remote day. Then you just go to like get to hang out with Ken Wheeler. Bam, nailed it. Yeah, a lot of conferences prioritize new speakers because the fresh blood's important. No one wants to see the same speakers all the time. Like, nah, definitely not. Now, it's definitely a pattern where, yeah, famous speakers get selected more often than not. Totally. I've seen Jack Harrington as a speaker at basically every conference I've ever applied for. Which is kind of crazy, isn't it? So there is definitely a bit to being someone. But yeah, he's also Jack Harrington. So like, yeah, don't compare yourself to that. So many conferences totally do fresh speaker stuff. And yeah, he's a super cool dude. Super chill. I'm not sure he's a fan of me. Like, I'm not saying he's not a fan, but like, I don't know. Most of the times when I chat with him, I kind of get the feeling that he's just being polite. Which I get it. That's fine. I was going to say, like, I got a photo of Jack and, like, the other speakers from last year's JS Nation. Oh. Oh, hold on. It's back farther than that. Yeah, boom. I got a photo of Jack and the other MCs, and I know it's going to be hard to see. I showed up way too early to the speaker dinner at React Summit last year. Jack is the one doing like the, you know, the blurry face from the Tool music video. I got to see them do their practice session for like the MC thing at React Summit. It's good I got to see that because I didn't wake up in time to see it like the real thing. But yeah, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And I might pour another whiskey. We'll see. But I do have to pee first before I do anything. Ooh, this song's about to end. I don't want to leave you guys with no music, though, so let me play this. And I'm back. So yeah, again, the importance of small steps. I really think that is one of the coolest like images that we can show about, like, you know, don't worry about making too much progress too soon. Just make steady progress as frequently as possible. And yeah, I personally never worked on an app where a micro front end made any sense. I do think here on Twitch, they do make sense. The chat, like window and widget, that makes a whole lot of sense as a micro front end. On Twitter, the private messaging makes a whole lot of sense as a micro front end. I've just simply never worked on apps that needed that kind of scale. And it's not a scale of like how many users you're serving, it's a scale of how many devs you have working. So it's like a different kind of scale too. I've never worked on anything that needed more than 6 devs. Hey. And I include the back end in that. All right, so I think what we have here is pretty dang good. Now, I'm not sure that the GitHub user endpoint actually spits out those values. So GitHub REST API reference. That was the wrong button. Users, get the authenticated user, and it would come back with this stuff. So avatar URL looks right. Login looks right. ID and email. ID and email. Yeah, so we're good to go. All right, never mind. Good job, Super Maven. I'm sorry for doubting you. Good job. Hold on. Let me look at what I got to do tomorrow, meeting-wise. Okay, I don't have to wake up before 10. I should wake up around 9, but we'll see. So I can definitely stay late editing and doing some other stuff tonight, which is nice. All right, so I think that endpoint is good for this page. And hold up, middle name anxiety. Thank you for that follow. I like that. That's a good name. Stressed You immediately adopted the stress. I was born into it, molded by it. My middle name is anxiety. And hey, we got someone over on Algora right now. How you doing out there? Like, feel free to say hi. I'm sorry if I might have missed your previous messages. For some reason, my browser tab for that was hung, but I fixed it. All right, so as far as this page goes, nope, wrong thing there. Class equals. We'll do dot dot dot. We'll also make this an H2. And realistically, yeah, we want to do the flex call, items, center, justify center, gap, whatever. All right, so we'll call that good. What we end up wanting to do is I think it's like on mount from solid.js. We make that async. Ooh, buddy. All right, we'll log that. All right, how do we do this with solid router? And hold on. In the GitHub docs. So they say it comes through in the params. Let me double check that. Nope, wrong thing. It is just a query param. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So it's just an object that gets merged. Okay. Interesting. We post that to API/OAuth, which is totally right. The data then comes back with auth token from store. And let me double check the endpoint. We do end up calling it JWT, right? Yeah, we totally do. So that saves it for later, and then we need to redirect to a URL that we don't have yet. And that endpoint is going to be called snippets. Oh. We're also going to have snippet. Ooh. Is that the way we end up doing that? Because that's a solid thing. The use server stuff. Yeah, I don't know if I care enough about the use server stuff. I don't think we actually have server-side rendering working right now anyway. So yeah, I don't care about that part. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I end up needing a folder for snippets. And then within that, I need snippet ID. Oh, I think this is my favorite song on this album. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. I can paste it for people on YouTube or Al Gore and Twitter would have it. Yeah, if you're on YouTube and you want to know what song this is, just let me know. In fact, I'll copy the link right now, just for you. There you go, YouTube. Hey there, YouTubes. Yeah, so there's that song. That song's super good. All right, so hold up. I feel like this is a fun tweet. These people really using GitHub like a social media platform and blah, blah, blah. It shows Connor Rogers followed Loftwa, and it also shows Travis Wagner started a repository, Travis Wagner /VENV. I chimed in, LOL at Tech Savvy Travy busted starring his own repo. Trav chimes in, if I don't support me, who will? Another person says, we should all be our own biggest fan, to which I replied, every now and then I am my own worst enemy, and every now and then I kick the living shit out of me. I feel like that was the perfect way to respond to that in a self-deprecating way slightly, but also quoting a good old millennial song. To the people that get that song stuck in their head, you're welcome. There's a bar I've gone to that does karaoke from time to time where one of the bartenders will totally do that song by Lit to the actual backing track of it's not like Natalie Imbruglia, but it's like some really poppy song. And it fits perfectly. Like it's really well done. Hold on. What is it? Lit worst enemy, but set to a different song. They don't have it. Sing, sing. Da, 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 do, do. Like, hold on. What's that song then? Hold on. Anyone know what song I'm thinking of? It's not these like jazz songs. It's like, oh, it's Kiss Me. That's the name of the song. Hold on. I just remembered. I heard the lyrics in my head. No. Is it them? Hold on. So Sixpence and None the Richer? Is that the band? Hold on. So then Lit, Worst Enemy, Sixpence. No? If I could type. I don't know, man. There's this dude. He's a wizard. Is it Moonlit Floor? Hold on. That sounds right. No, that sounds right. Moonlit Floor, lit, worst enemy. Overlay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like that's it. It's like sing, sing, do 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 do. Like it's a terrible, terrible pop song. I think it is Moonlit Floor. I believe you can play Lit's Worst Enemy over top of this like Lisa Moonlit Floor song. Is that Sixpence? Okay, so it's Sixpence. You can play those two songs over each other, and they fully match up. I know because this one dude has sung that song over. I guess it's Sixpence? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Is it Swing Swing? Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah. All right. So I don't know the lyrics, obviously. That's my bad. PM Walls, you are definitely a millennial. Right? Boom, you just outed yourself. Yeah, I don't know the tune either, right? Like do 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 do. Like it's like yeah, like I don't know. To me, it screams like yeah, you wanted to be the Cardigans, but you're worse. That's what I hear in my head when I hear that song. They wish they were the Cardigans. They wish they were the Cardigans. No worries, Omar. No, I get it. I get it. You got like a very specific thing you like to listen to. That's fine. It was one of those that would not get off the radio. Yeah. I used to work at a Target. I would go to the electronics section to hear One Arm Scissor and like a couple other songs play, and I would immediately vacate the premises and go over to like clothing or something when like that other bullshit came on. Yeah, I worked at Target when at the drive-ins One Arm Scissor was like popular. I was such a fan of that song, like not necessarily the band, but like so much so I like that song that like one of like the younger kids who was into like indie rock whatever came up to me while I was working at Target. He's like, "Dude, did you hear At the Drive-In broke up?" I did not hear that. I did not hear that. But okay. All right then. Tarjay. Yeah, for sure. Aye. All right. So we're going to call that good on the whiskey, at least for now. I'll give it a little time. And damn defect. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, Twitch thought your kiss me statement was actually like a proposition. I knew it wasn't, but Twitch didn't know. And yeah, defect. Good to see you, man. Like, yeah. I still feel bad about me being overly negative over on gaming stream. This is my like official sorry. I feel like I've said it once or twice before, but I don't know if you were actually like fully here. But yeah, no, that's me. Like, I'm sorry, man. Sorry. All right, real quick, I'm gonna let this album finish, and then I'm thinking I kind of want to play some of like the bullshit Cardigan songs that are actually really good that you just didn't give a chance while you were like a tween, you know, tween or teen, depending on your age. At the age I'm at now, I actually really appreciate the Cardigans. Not just because I have a crush on the singer. I mean, maybe that's part of it. Let's do like the one that was like too poppy and I didn't give him a chance and I should have. Because this song's actually really good still. Yeah. This is like the poppiest song they got. It's still actually really good. All right, and yes, I'm going to do another one of these. If you're not into this one, their other songs get better. Oh, you thought this was No Doubt? Oh, really? Interesting. No, this is definitely the Cardigans. For sure. Gwen Stefani wishes she could sing this well. All right, so let's continue. Yeah, those two URLs, yeah, we got to figure out. Let's get the boilerplate in there. All right, so hold on. There's another really good The Cardigans song. There's a couple, but hold on. This one right here, my favorite game. I don't know what the stone version means, but sure, we'll give it a shot. I'm not the stone version, you're the stone version. Yeah, like, dude, seriously, Best World, this song's a banger. Yeah. This is the one that made me realize, oh no, they're actually a good band. No, they're actually solid. Mm-hmm. Certified banger. So yeah, YouTube, if you're curious about what we're listening to, it's the Cardigans' favorite game. I'll paste it for you, don't worry. Ah, it's a good song. Yeah, for sure. I'm getting distracted by it. It's so good. Which is why I normally don't do songs with lyrics. I get it. It's fine. We'll allow it. But okay, so we got these pages scaffolded. They're definitely not what we're looking for. as far as what will be in these pages. And yeah, what's in the snippet ID, like snippets page, we're actually going to need to extract the majority of what we have here in the logic for the index page into something reusable because it's way too much stuff to copy and paste. Like, way too much. All right, all right. That song's good. Hold on. The Cardigans and oh my god, oh, what's the song with hold on, Tom Jones. They did a collaboration song that's fucking amazing. You might get what you're after. Strange, but not a stranger. Hell yeah, efficacy. Thank you for that sub, dude. I appreciate you. Dreams walking in broad daylight. Yeah, yeah, it's a good Monday. We've gotten a lot of work done, despite the whiskeys. Let me double check on my... Holy shit. All right, so Lamar Jackson may not be throwing to Zay Flowers today, but he's got 30 points. Damn, Mark Andrews is on the enemy team right now. I'm winning anyway, so we're fine. Wow, Mark Andrews with 18 points. That's the highest scoring a tight end has done all year, I believe. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, sneaky. Good call on that, Mark Andrews. I'm glad I didn't play Isaiah Likely. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Isaiah Likely would have been fine because Travis Kelce netted me 3.7 points anyway. And he played a full game, and Isaiah Likely actually has time to still get some touchdowns. So, yeah. Dude, what is it? Like, every time I actually play Travis Kelce in my fantasy football league, he blows it, right? Is he watching my entire schedule and deciding that, okay, maybe it's time to actually do good the moment I bench him? I'm starting to feel like that's the thing. I'm starting to feel like that's actually the thing. Oh, really, Bob? Yeah, dude. I'm a huge Pinback fan. I've seen them at the Showbox, I think twice now. Maybe just the once. It's hard to keep track. But man, yeah, the Showbox is my favorite venue here in Seattle. I would say, like, double check the Showbox's calendar and find bands that you'd be stoked to see. Reggie Watts is coming in like April. That'll be a good one. I went and saw Soul Coughing at the Showbox like a month ago. I mean, Pinback has broken up, and yeah, you'll probably never see them perform live again. So that's a bummer. Unless, like, Armistead Burwell Smith is, like, hard up for cash. Can we recognize that his name is Armistead Burwell Smith the Third or something like that? So, like, no. He comes from old money. He doesn't have to record music. He's set for life. No matter what. He has some trust fund. He doesn't have to do shit. That said, Rob Crow is doing recent music, and I believe he is not rich. So yeah, Rob Crow will be touring with whatever his like current band is. Numos is great too. I saw Rat-a-tat at Numos. Fantastic show. I do feel like the sound is better at Showbox. Like, the audio is just better at Showbox. But I have caught Rat-a-tat there. I actually caught, shit, what's their name? They were like the poor man's Tool. Oh, Rat-a-tat was an amazing show. Floater. I randomly caught Floater at Numos. Actually, I was hanging out with, like, one of my snowboard friends and, like, another, like, snowboard acquaintance. Yeah, Enzo, you know. Enzo's not a friend, but he's someone I know. And then, like, two random ladies. They were cool. They were super chill. But it ended up being like, I went to the bathroom downstairs, which wasn't a club at the time. Walked upstairs and heard the band playing over at Numos. And I just stood there, like, listening. And they were fucking killing it. It was Floater, by the way. To where, like, my friend comes back, like, hey, man, we thought we lost you. I was like, dude, this band's amazing. And then I went and hung out, like, you know, with, like, the group. But no, like, I saw a Floater show for free. Just because I decided to go to the bathroom and then, like, hang out after going to the bathroom because the music was amazing. So yeah, I saw Floater for free. It was really good. I've never been to, like, the basement venue or whatever it is. Never been there. No idea. The bathroom used to be down there and that was it. Like, maybe it's still down there. I have no idea. I would pee on the sidewalk before I actually, like, use the restroom at Numos. Personally, just saying. Like, I'd totally just go pee on the sidewalk before I enter. And then once I'm in there, well, I don't have to pee anymore. Huh, weird how that works. Ooh, I don't even know the alley. I know what you're talking about. Like, right next to that alley, though, is Betsu Tenjin. It's the, like, dude, it's really, really good late night ramen. I don't know if you've been there late night, like Betsu Tenjin right there is really good. I actually stop into Betsu Tenjin when I come back from like a late flight. Like if I come back from a late flight from Arizona or something, or like any other place, I am stopping off at Betsu Tenjin, and it's like super small. It's like one of those like really narrow like ramen places, but it's like so authentic. Like yeah, that's how ramen places work in Japan too. They're like this really narrow venue that seats maybe 20 people. Maybe 20 people. Yeah, Betsu Tenjin is my favorite ramen in Seattle at this point, actually. I really like that spot. For sure. Like so much so that like a couple of the regular like waitresses recognize me and I get like better service because of it. Because I tip well. Super good. Like I really like that spot. If I go to Seattle and I haven't eaten, I'm making a point to go there. For sure. Like it's so good. Is it the best ramen I've ever had? No, but they're open late. And that gets them so many extra points. And it's still like good ramen open late. You know? I really like that spot. I will shout it out to every Seattleite I can. Every single chance I get. Taku and Biang Biang. For ramen? Which is the one that's above that QFC? I assume one of those is the one that's above that QFC. Oh, not ramen. Okay, okay. Just good Asian food. Oh, interesting. So I haven't been to those. Oh, I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right. I got to check them out. There is a good ramen place above that QFC, like right there, like Broadway and Pine or Pike or whatever it is. It's good. I actually still prefer Betsu Tenjin. Here's the thing. I won't judge a restaurant by their karage. Karage is so easy. It's fried chicken. Like, come on. That's one of the easiest things to make in the world. You know, like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going out to eat fried chicken. I can cook fried chicken at home. Like, probably better than any other place I've ever eaten. I like my fried chicken more than any other place's fried chicken. Like, let me put it this way. I can't eat chicken fried steak anywhere. I can't eat anyone's chicken fried steak ever again because I make it better. I'm snob that way. Biang Biang for their like wide noodle soup stuff. Okay. All right. I'll check it out. Yeah, just saying, like, at home when I'm cooking, like, fried stuff, I use peanut oil. It's the best oil besides lard, you know? Wait. Wait, really, PM Walls? Are you in the area? Are you out this way? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, dude, if you're in the Seattle area, let's fucking party, man. And yeah, Bob, I would say, like, sorry, burp. If you want to go out to like the U districts, like comedy club or whatever, we could set up a night to do that. I would say Friday nights would probably work. Wednesdays, besides like the Wednesdays that well, no. Wednesday nights I do gaming streams. So yeah, no, I can't do Wednesdays. I would say like if you want to do a random Friday night like comedy club thing here in Seattle, just let me know. I'd be down. And yeah, I saw these guys at Showbox. I saw one of my old school like snowboard friends afterwards even, and they were at the show too. Oh, it was so good. When I walked into this show at the Showbox, this is the song they were playing because I showed up late. And it was perfect. It was like serendipity. It was perfect. It was so good. It was their first show here in Seattle, at least, since like 2004, 2000, like year 2000, whatever. Like, yeah, first time in like 25 years, I guess. 1999 then. The reunion tour of Soul Coughing was absolutely worth it. It was fucking great. All right, so I do need to get the secret keys and stuff set. I saw Joywave like the week after this show. I saw them like the Monday I came back from TwitchCon. I saw these guys like the Wednesday before I went to TwitchCon. Soul Coughing was a way better show. Joywave was good. Soul Coughing was great. This is another band where I don't think they tour anymore. I would absolutely go to the reunion tour for sure. I'll paste it for YouTube. You're welcome, by the way, YouTube. Damn, I got someone on my bench. I got three people on my bench that should have been played because they were questionable and I didn't wake up in time to make them not questionable. Dude, Rashad White sitting there with 16 points. I done fucked up. And that's the thing. Yeah. Man, I messed up my fantasy football, but luckily I'm playing someone who is pretty much AFK. So I got lucky this week. This was my taco bye week. And yes, I've been watching the league because I rewatched the league Every single year when like fantasy football starts up again. PM Walls, have you been rewatching The League? You should. It makes it way more fun. No. The League is like a TV show. They have it on Hulu. The show is about a fantasy football league, and they get like actual like football players to make cameos, etc. You know, it's got like some stuff that's definitely not safe for work. Oh, there you go. Yeah. No. Touche. Glasses might be bummed on that statement, but yes, Nick Kroll and Glasses. Yes, they do look alike a little bit, for sure. He might not be stoked on that comparison, but yeah, no, totally. I agree with that. See, when I see Nick Kroll, I just think nepotism, you know? He bought his way into Hollywood. His dad owns like the biggest like security firm in the world. Like his dad's a billionaire. So Nick Kroll was able to buy himself into Hollywood. Now it just so happens that he's also kind of funny and he's pretty good at doing character acting. But he fully bought himself into Hollywood. It's one of those cases of nepotism or like money or whatever that actually worked out, but is rare. Yeah, Nick Kroll is totally like, yeah. Like, money made Nick Kroll famous. If he had to fend for himself, like, dude, he's a dime a dozen as far as like funny people that fit that bill. He got bought into like the next top comic or whatever like that BS show was. Like he was bought into that for sure. The fact that he could sustain himself as a comedian. Yeah. Money made that happen. He never had a worry about being broke. Ever. Right? There are so many comedians out there that could have actually made it if they didn't have to worry about being broke either. So, yeah, like, you know, he's funny. He's a good writer. He's a good comedian. He plays good character actors really well. But come on. Like, there are dozens, possibly hundreds of people that could have filled that role that didn't have the means to do so. Right? I hope he would recognize and also just say, like, yes, he was privileged, etc. Like Jack Quaid, right? The guy in The Boys who plays like the everyman, right? Jack Quaid. Would he have had that chance without being Dennis Quaid's son? Fuck no. There's no way in hell. I'm sorry, like, dude. That dude's a dime a dozen. But Jack Quaid at least, like, speaks out and recognizes it. He knows. Yeah, without his parents being who his parents were, would he have gotten those chances? Probably not. I massively respect that about Jack Quaid for being the person that at least says that stuff out loud. Yeah, there's nothing special about Jack Quaid. Not at all. There's nothing special about Nick Kroll. There are dozens, possibly hundreds of people that could have filled those roles. Sometimes money matters. All right, are we doing this? Yeah, we're doing this. I got work to do, man. Denzel's son. Hold on. Who is Denzel's son? Like, what roles has he done? Is it like Isaiah Washington? Is that his name? And what films have they been in? Here's the thing, though. He might be an amazing actor, but would he have been given the chance without the nepotism? And that's the thing. Like, yeah, we can recognize that they're good at what they do, but also, would they have done it? Is it Isaiah? Like, hold on, what's the dude's name? Right? Like, I just want to make sure, like, am I remembering that that's the dude's name? Malcolm is what I'm seeing. There's also John David. Is it John David? Okay, John David's the one you mean. Oh, hold up. Wait. Was he the one in the movie that was too complicated and no one watched it? Was he in Tenet? Is he the dude from Tenet? That was him. He's the dude from Tenet. Okay. Oh, he was also Black Klansman. Yes, I heard that's an amazing film too. All right. Yeah, yeah, no worries. I get it. Yeah, I heard he's good. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. That's a huge, huge note from Christopher Nolan, you know? Kind of amazing. All right. No, that sounds good. Yeah, yeah, for sure. And Spike Lee, like Black Klansman. All right. I forgot that was a Spike Lee film. But he's actually put in the work. And yeah, I get it. I would also point out that Nick Kroll has put in the work. You know? But it's just one of those things, like, would they have gotten the chance without that? It's a tough industry, man. That's a tougher thing to argue. And I'm not trying to argue it. Like, I don't care enough. Like, whatever. If they're really good, then they're really good. Good job. Just saying, like, we wouldn't know who they are statistically if it weren't for who their parents are. And that's just like the history of Hollywood in general. Technically, right? That foot in the door is more than like most actors will ever get in their life. Like there's a good like analysis of like modern British actors. Like Benedict Cumberbatch. Doesn't he come from like multiple generations of like Eton graduates? Like it is the worst when you actually consider like British actors. It's extremely rare these days to have a British actor make themselves up to the international stage with not having super rich parents or like actor parents. Like consider like the British acting ecosystem. It's like really bad actually. The majority of British actors you see doing anything are Eton graduates. And if they went to Eton, they're rich as fuck. That's just the thing. They are. They're rich. To see like an up and coming British actor that wasn't super rich. Oh, Tom Holland is absolutely a product of nepotism. Oh my God, hold on. We can look this up. Tom Holland, right? Let's go to his Wikipedia. Who are his parents? Right? So, to photographer Nicola and Dominic Holland, comedian and author. Yeah, no, he's a product of nepotism, for sure. Like, guaranteed, dude. 1,000%. You are hard pressed to find someone who's a famous British actor of the new generation that didn't come into it because they had money. Like, dude, like, I challenge you. Find them. I really, really do challenge you. I think Dev Patel might be the only one I can think of that's recent that like, I don't think he came from British money. Like aristocracy, etc. Yeah, care worker and IT consultant. Dev Patel is like the only recent British actor that has actually made it by not being rich to begin with. He might be the only one I can think of, at least. Now, granted, he became famous because he was brown-skinned and he got picked for the role in Slumdog Millionaire. How many actual Indian actors got shoved aside because this dude lived in England? Oh, dude, no, he's been amazing in all sorts of stuff. No, he's actually been amazing in all sorts of films. No, he's actually really good. He's an amazing actor. He's an amazing actor. Chappie. Like, did you not like Chappie? Lion, I heard, was amazing. I didn't watch it, personally. Green Knight, I heard, was really good. Yeah, he was like one of the bad guys in Last Airbender. After the success of Slumdog Millionaire, but that was his first role. So, that's the thing. How many actual, like, Indian actors got shoved aside because this British kid nailed the role? There's definitely something to that. But again, he's not a product of nepotism. He's a product of the right time and the right place, which is basically Hollywood in general. But no, he's done a bunch of really good roles. Like, come on. Like, no. Don't write him off. No, he has actually put in the work too. Yeah, Chappie's a great film, and he does a really good job in it. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Now, the show Skins, I was not familiar with, but I believe that's actually where he got his first start, and the fact that he was already acting is why he got picked for Slumdog Millionaire, right? I don't even know what this show's about. I have no idea. All right, so he was on like some like teen TV show, and that's why he got the chance to be in Slumdog Millionaire. Totally, I get it. He nailed it. But again, he doesn't come from money, whereas Tom Holland absolutely comes from like, yeah, Hollywood bullshit. Dominic Holland. I don't know who he is, but his connections made Tom Holland actually famous, right? Ooh, Jordan Peele. Yeah, I'm not sure he's actually like nepotism at all. Yeah, I'm curious about that. I believe that dude is like self-made, but I could be wrong. Yeah, yeah, for sure. No, this dude's like fully self-made, like no nepotism at all. Like he's just good. My favorite thing about Jordan Peele is he was in an interview and they're like, "What's it like to be the best horror film director of like the 20th century or like the past 50 years or some shit?" Like they phrased it some way and he's like, "There will be no John Carpenter slander in this house." Like he recognizes the greats that came before him. He's a huge John Carpenter fan. And everyone in Hollywood should be. Yeah, yeah. Like Jordan Peele recognizes the influences that came before him and will not accept vapid praise. Like, yeah, yeah. I'm a huge, huge fan of Jordan Peele as a person. I mean, when I watched Mad TV, a lot of the stuff on Mad TV was majorly like passable. It was like the era of Mad TV that kind of sucked, if we're being honest. And even Keegan Michael Key, like, yeah, both of them, like they were part of like the worst part of Mad TV. But they went on to make Key and Peele, and Key and Peele is fucking gold. So yeah, like, do we feel like they were held back by Mad TV? I think so. I think so. I think Mad TV set them back. Hold on. We're going to skip that song. We heard it earlier today. I love this song, though. This is Pets by Porno for Pyros. So yeah, YouTube people, if you want to Google it, go for it. I'll paste it for you too. Why not? I got time. Why not? Love this. All right, so let's continue doing what we're doing. I know I get sidetracked. That's part of the fun, isn't it? Let yourself get sidetracked. You'll think about the thing you should be doing anyway. Yeah, we can just do that thing now. Whatever. And yeah, I will need to start establishing yeah, hold on. So I do need to establish the private key, the secret key, like all that BS. I believe we actually made this the other day. And let me go find it. Well, shit. All right, let me do the phone thing. Oh, okay. So hold on. X Factor, you're about to drop some money on a PC. It's about time, sure. You're looking at pre-built? Oh, I don't know, man. I would also just wait till the 50 series launches and you can get some like 40 series stuff way cheaper. It always does feel like the next best thing, but like honestly, the 50 series is it's definitely coming, right? Once that launches, you can get a 40 series way cheaper. I know nothing about pre-builts. I would never do it. Nah, man, I don't fucking trust those people. I can't tell you what to do. Sorry, X Factor. Like, if you want to get something right now, then do it. Is there a game that you want to have a really good PC for right now? If so, then just do that. If you're waiting for some of these like bigger games to release, like Elder Scrolls 6 or whatever, well then yeah, just wait for that anyway. Fuck it. And these things won't kill me. And yeah, I can't sing this shit. Whatever. But man, I fucking love Soul Coughing. Just this album. But whatever, it's really good. Rocket League is that game. You don't need the best graphics for Rocket League. I'm sorry. Like, no, that'd be like buying a really nice PC setup for League of Legends. They spend every effort to make it playable on the worst hardware. Rocket League does the same thing. Like, you don't need a good PC for Rocket League. You don't need a good PC for League. You don't need a good PC for all sorts of multiplayer games. I would say, again, this is your choice. Don't listen to me. I would simply wait till the next generation is released and then you're good to go. But again, it's your money, dude. Don't let me discourage you. Like, if you want something right now, then buy it. Fuck it. These things, three reason these things won't kill me. Yeah, I don't know the lyrics at this point. I know the first verse. I don't know this part. Fully retractable. Fully retractable. All right, so I do need to generate some secrets and shit. Wah. Wah. All right, so we go this way. All right, let me edit some shit. Nano, not now. .env. All right, so this ends up being shit. I even said the name elsewhere and I forgot it. GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret. All right, those are the names. So GitHub. Full of a toque. Bananas and blow. Bananas and blow. Living on bananas and blow. Bananas and blow. Oh, sorry, wrong part. I feel like this is one of those songs that, even though Ken Wheeler and I disagree politically, we could sing along to this together. All right, so I believe I have all that set, and I think we're good, and I can show the rest of what we're doing. Bananas and blow. All right, so let's look at... we got all that set. Yeah. So, all right, the next step is... on the front end, technically in our app.tsx, oh no, it's in our header. Bananas and blow. Living on bananas and blow. Bananas and blow. All right, so client ID. All right, okay, so it's a good song. I'm gonna skip it though. We're gonna play this like cover of Burning Down the House that is just super good. Yeah, this might be one of my favorite covers, kind of all time, if I'm being honest. You might get one. This dude, he's like the singer from The Correspondence. I actually like he does commissions for portraits. I don't know how much they cost, but I kind of want to buy one. I kind of want to buy one. All right, let's refresh. Oh, I don't know about the rest of this playlist. Here we go. This one's good. Okay, so client ID is actually the issue.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? No, something's up. GitHub client ID.
This is medieval time!
All right, so I feel like I'm redirecting as we need, and something's off. I don't know what the issue is. And yeah, we're like late enough that I should figure out where to raid. I'll finish off my beverage. Sure. I'm probably going to pass out early tonight to make up for waking up early this morning. Someone booked a 9 a.m. meeting this morning. So yeah, I definitely cut short my sleep because of it. Yeah, 9 a.m. on a Monday. Yeah, like seriously, how dare they? But, you know, it's a thing. I probably could have missed it, but I only get so many chances to miss meetings, so I use them when I need to. But yeah, no, like I do need to sleep at a reasonable hour tonight. A little bit X Factor. Yeah, for sure. Like, well, it's the only time we could get everyone to be able to meet up because everyone else had too many meetings. Could you maybe recognize that the too many meetings thing is the problem? Just a hunch. Dude, somebody scheduled an 8 a.m. meeting. on Thursday. I am trying to think of the polite way to tell them no. I'm struggling with that one. What is the most polite way to tell someone no for a meeting that was scheduled way too early? There you go. I hope you're recording this because I'm not going to be there. That's the nicest way of saying it. Yeah. I hope you're recording this. I'll see y'all at the crack of 10, maybe 11 or noon. I'm just saying, like, yeah, no, it definitely feels like that's what I should say. But yeah, we're at like basically 9 p.m. I'm gonna go cook some eggs. Scrambled eggs for dinner. It'll be good. But who are we gonna go raid? Ooh, I was gonna say the Coppinger, but he's doing something else. So nah. All right, hold on. No, we got one. They're doing a Laravel live stream. I mean, yeah, I don't mind. No, it sounds good to me. Let's go raid them. They got one person watching after 2 hours. Like, nah, we can bump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Like, yeah. And again, like, rookie is not a slight. No, like, yeah, they're just starting. Like, they got 33 followers. We can help them with that one for sure. We can help them with that one. Y'all should definitely give the person we're about to raid a follow. Even if you don't like Laravel, it's okay, man. It's totally okay. They seem like a cool person. I don't actually remember like where I found their stream or whatever. But let's go like hang out. And seriously, Bob, dude, like please go check out seattlejs.com. It's a good community. Even if you don't want to write JavaScript, it's a good crew. Right? Like you should definitely check out the next Seattle JS meetup for sure. I don't know if I'll be at the next one. We'll see. But I highly recommend it. It's the best meetup in the area, for sure. Hopefully, we get into a future where there's meetups for all sorts of stuff. But right now, Seattle JS is like the one. Yeah, for sure, man. So, sir, why not? Yeah, we're about to go raid someone. If you're in the Seattle area, you should definitely check out Seattle JS. If you're not in the Seattle area, well, I mean, it's still pretty cool. Hopefully, I see you again soon here, sir. Why not? Because why not? Yeah, we should totally see you here on stream. Beyond just like, you know, the moments. But yeah, we're going to go raid into someone named Tuto1902. Ooh, is 1902 like a special year or something? Was that the year that like radio was discovered or something? I don't even know. Yeah, no worries, Bob. Yeah. We're BSing a bit. Like, we're doing the hype train. We're doing the thing. Like, y'all should go hang out with Tuto1902. So yeah, people over on Twitter, YouTube, etc., Algora. I'm going to click stop on those things. Thank you for joining. I'll see you guys here tomorrow. Be a whole lot cooler if I did. Damn right. But yeah, YouTube, Twitter, and Algora. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.